Hello, everyone, and welcome to this live coverage of the 2022 ICC T20 World Cup game between Pakistan and South Africa, coming to you live from the Sydney Cricket Ground in Australia. My name is Aaron, aka the Cricket Connoisseur, and I'll be taking you through all of the action as these two sides vouch for their place in the knockout stages of this most profound and excellent of cricketing tournaments. So, just looking at the starting lineups, we have actually got the starting lineups for today. First and foremost, starting with Pakistan. We've got the captain, Babar Azam. Mohammad Rizwan is the keeper. Mohammad Harris comes in at number 3. We've got Shah Masood, Iftikhar Ahmed, Shadab Khan, Mohammad Nawaz, Mohammad Wazeem, Shaheen Shah Afridi, can't wait to watch him today, Haris Rauf and Naseem Shah. Then on the opposite side of the playing field, we've got the Proteas of South Africa, led by the captain, Temba Bavuma. Quinton de Kock is his fellow opener. He's also the keeper. Riley Russo comes in at 3. Ada Markham at 4. Heinrich Klaassen at 5. Tristan Stubbs at 6. And then you've got the bowling of Wayne Parnell, Kahiso Rabada, Anrik Norkia, Lungi Ngidi, and Tabrace Shamsi. So we've currently just got the national anthems being played at the SCG so far. So no cricket just yet, but as soon as there is, of course, we will provide you with the live score updates as well as some commentary as the day does get underway. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this, I must say. It should be a very good game. Obviously, I think South Africa, on paper, you'd probably say the favourites, currently got 2 wins and 1 no result. Pakistan, on the other hand, have just got 1 win in 3 matches. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting game, to say the least. Right. There we go. And of course, guys, if you have any comments, any viewpoints, shall we say, as the game progresses, please feel free to leave those in the comments section below. So yeah, just got the national anthems still going. We're about 3 minutes away from the start at the SCG. And yeah, just another reminder, I'll put the Pakistan playing 11 at the bottom as well. It's a massive game for Babar Azam. He's not had a big tournament at all. So this shall be very interesting indeed for the prolific Pakistani skipper. Right, perfect. Well, there we go. There's the 2 playing 11s. The national anthems are just coming to an end. And of course, guys, remember, while you're here, please feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe, help out Faizan on the Quality Shot Cricket YouTube channel. Yeah, plenty more content coming your way, of course, with the T20 World Cup. And there's plenty of cricket over the winter. Plenty of cricket indeed. It's going to be a very, very busy 2022-23 indeed. And we'll be there to take you through the whole lot. So here we go. Pakistan versus South Africa. 2 very exciting teams. 2 teams which I've got a lot of time for. Obviously in the Proteas shirt today. So you can probably tell who I'm leaning towards there. But yeah, this should be a very, very good match. Form would suggest South Africa will win this. But it's a pretty big pitch, this, at the SCG. I'm not sure if they're going to show the pitch dimensions today, but that actually might play into Pakistan's hands with the bowling attack that they possess, in particular with those 2 spinners, Shadab Khan and Mohammad Nawaz. Interesting, actually, just looking at the lineups there, they've actually got Shah Masood carded at 3. Harris is at 4 with Iftikhar at 5. So that's pretty interesting, that. And then South Africa have got Heinrich Klaassen at number 5, which should be very interesting as well. And also, for those wondering why I'm looking off to the side, that's where the screen is as well. Yeah, that's all that is. But here we go then. Pakistan have won the toss, elected to have a bat first. Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan striding out to the crease in what is a do-or-die game for the men in green. This really is It's the makings of a crunch game, this. I'm genuinely looking forward to this so much. Pakistan versus South Africa. And it's live. Good, I'm looking forward to this. Live from the Sydney Cricket Ground. The crowd doesn't seem to be massive. That has unfortunately been a bit of a pattern in this year's T20 World Cup. The crowd sizes haven't been massive for the neutral games. I know there was 22,000 in for England, New Zealand the other night, but I wouldn't even want to hazard a guess as to what the attendance is today. It does seem to be quite a few empty seats at the Sydney Cricket Ground, but yeah, I suppose Australia aren't playing, so it's to be expected. Also, thank you to those who have just tuned in. Appreciate that. And of course, feel free to leave any comments, any suggestions in the comments section below. I'm here throughout the entire game, so if you want to keep me some company, please feel free to do that at your own discretion. But yeah, Babar Azam, the 4th ranked T20I batsman in all of world cricket. Believe he'll be facing the first ball in this game. Oh, this is a big one for Pakistan. Lose this, they're out the World Cup. It is as simple as that. Whereas for South Africa, if they win this, they're pretty much consolidating their place in the knockouts in the semi-finals. So massive, massive pressure on both of these two sides today. It is essentially a knockout game for these two teams. And then, of course, there is at the other end Mohammad Rizwan, the number 2 ranked batter in T20I cricket. Just trying to see, actually, who's going to be bowling this first over for South Africa. I'd love it to be KG. They've just zoomed out as we're about to see. And the South African player's taking the knee there. So we are just about to get underway at the SCG. It's actually 2 minutes past 8 here in the UK. So we're a little bit late. It's Wayne Parnell. He's taking the ball. Here we go then. Some left arm medium or medium fast. I think medium's a little bit harsh on Parnell, to be honest. But yeah, some left arm seam to kickstart this game then. There he's chewing some gum, Wayne Parnell, looking very nonchalant before he comes into bowl. 5 seconds to go. Right, come on then, Wayne. Let's get off to a decent start. Right, here we go then. Parnell to Rizwan. First ball just outside of the off stump. Relatively full there from Rizwan. Just fended away onto the offside. So that is a dot ball to kickstart this game. Now, obviously, Pakistan, not the fastest of starters in T20I cricket. I think it's been relatively well known and well articled, to be honest, the slow nature of the start that Babar and Rizwan usually get off to. But they've got to lay a foundation today. At the SCG, it's all about building up for those last 6 overs. So these two are going to be absolutely integral for Pakistan's success today. And then, of course, on the flip side, if you're South Africa, you want one of these two very early on. Parnell, this one is on a good length. Beautifully carved away there from Mohammad Rizwan to the fence for 4 runs. And in fact, again, just a reminder for those who haven't seen the starting 11s, I'll put those down at the bottom of the screen right now. Pakistan going with Babar Azam, Rizwan opening. Sham Masood is actually at 3. Mohammed Harris is at 4. Iftikhar Ahmed at 5. Shadab Khan, Mohammed Nawaz at 6 and 7 respectively. Then you've got Mohammed Wazeem, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Haris Rauf, and Naseem Shah as your bowlers. As for the Proteas, Captain Temba Bavuma will be opening the batting alongside Quinton de Kock. Then you've got Riley Russo, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klaassen, Tristan Stubbs, Wayne Parnell, Kahiso Rabada, Anrik Norkia, Lungyen Gidi, and the left arm spin of Tabrace Shamsi. And this next ball is just patted almost into the offside. Wasn't really too much conviction in that shot from Mohammad Rizwan. That is a dot ball. Pakistan currently 4 for none. Midway through the first over of this game at the SCG. Mohamed Harris in just his second T20I as well. Oh, he's chopped on. And the first wicket falls. Wayne Parnell strikes, whips out the celebration. Mohammad Rizwan is gone for 4 from just 4 balls. That's a really poor shot from the Pakistan opener. It was held back on a short to good length from Wayne Parnell. Rizwan goes for the late cuts. The shot was not on there at all. And he's chopped back onto his middle stump. Oh, that's not a good shot from Rizwan. That's not a good shot at all. He's played it far too late, inside edge. Shot back onto the stumps. And Pakistan now 4 for 1 in the opening over, as I believe Sham Masood will come in at number 3. Oh, that's rough. Smart piece of bowling, though, from Wayne Parnell. Because he was going good, full. He's just held that back of a length ever so slightly. And Rizwan has fallen for the bait. Oh, can't believe it. 5 minutes into the game and Rizwan's gone. That's a big wicket for Pakistan. Big wicket. Oh no, they've gone with Mohamed Harris. It is Harris at 3. In just his second T20I, this one is pushed full by Wayne Parnell. Good stop there by Tristan Stubbs, that is. That extra cover. They're just showing this wicket again. I mean, Rizwan's going to be kicking himself over that. That shot wasn't on. He needed to just move over slightly, potentially go for a pull shot. And the late cutters, unfortunately, led to his demise. Faizan, not sure why we've dropped Fakhar Zaman. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Harris, in just his second game, goes for the pull shot on this occasion. Does the Pakistani number 3. Yeah, it's an interesting one, especially in a game like this, considering the CV and the acumen that Fakhar Zaman possesses, in particular in crunch fixtures. So, not entirely sure why he's not playing today. I know he hasn't been in the greatest of form, unfortunately, in 2022, but yeah, it's a pretty big risk, this, from Pakistan. Just hope that it pays off. Harris got that flush in the grill as well. So I'm guessing he'll be having the concussion protocol as we speak. That is a pretty nasty blow, actually. He's worn that quite well. Parnell does go over straight away to apologise, as is the right thing to do in the game of cricket. But yeah, hopefully Harris will be fine here. Team doctor's out. Doesn't look too severely injured, but obviously best to check. I just can't believe that Rizwan's out. I cannot believe that Rizwan's out after 4 balls. And the shot as well. Oh, it's frustrating if you're a Pakistan fan. Very frustrating. But of course, if you're South African, which technically I suppose I would be for today in a Proteas shirt, I suppose it's a fantastic start. It's almost the opposite, in fact. So Babar's yet to face a ball. And that was the end of the over. So currently, South Africa have got Pakistan 4 for 1. And in comes Kagiso Rabada to Babar Azam. Here we go then. KG, first ball on a good length. Pushed away into the leg side there by Babar Azam. There'll be no run for the Pakistani captain. This is a big matchup here. KG, obviously one of the best bowlers on the planet. Not the greatest in T20I cricket in comparison to Tests or ODIs. Currently the 31st ranked bowler in the ICC rankings. But when he's on it, KG, excellent player. Really good to watch. Again, this one just bowled on a good length outside Babar's off stump. Plays a 4 defensive to that one. Does the Pakistan captain. And that will also be no run. Rabada in again. This one slightly fuller towards Babar Azam. On his pads, flick this away. Down to fine leg for 1 run to Lungasani and Gidi, that is, doing the fielding. That deep fine leg. So Pakistan now 5 for 1. In Sydney, Babar gets off the mark on his third delivery. And this will be interesting now. Mohammed Harris, very inexperienced. We've seen him in the PSL, though. He has been pretty prolific in domestic cricket as Mohammed Harris, but international cricket, T20 World Cup, when your team is on the verge of elimination, it's a very, very different ball game indeed. Yes, in fact, we can get the scorecard up, Faizan. I'll add it up onto after the end of this over. That is a lovely shot. Mohammed Harris goes expansive. Rabada just hang this outside of his off stump on a relatively good length. Harris settles back into the crease, rocks onto the back foot, and dispatches that one into the crowd for a magnificent 6. 86 metres on that one. Lovely, fluent swing of the bat. Holds the pose as well, which is what we love to see. And that is a monster 6 from Mohammed Harris. Quite clearly, the short ball from Wayne Parnell had no effect on him right there. This time, Rabada goes short, and he's pulled him for 6 more. Mohammed Harris currently 12 from 4, and he's hit Kagiso Rabada for back-to-back 6s. The Pakistan fans, as you can imagine, going absolutely wild. This one not as big, 72 metres to the short side of the boundary. That is a lovely shot from Mohammed Harris. And even though he might be inexperienced in T20I cricket, goodness me, he's not showing any nerves at all today. 2 magnificent shots. Rabada not best pleased, as you can imagine. So here we go then. Final ball of the second over. Rabada to Harris. This one banged in short yet again. And Mohammed Harris showing some beautiful control there. Rocks onto the back foot. And it's a third consecutive boundary. This one goes to the fence for 4. Pakistan are now 21 for 1 at the end of the second over. Wow. And here is the scorecard for those interested. 21 for 1. Here are the exact scores. So, yeah, Mohammed Rizwan, unfortunately, 4 from 4. But Babar Azam is 1 from 5. And then Mohammed Harris currently 16 from 5. Mohammed Harris is having quite the time of it, to say the least. Wow. I've just realised I think my stream is slightly behind, actually. I've just looked on that scorecard. And it's saying that we're actually 2.3 overs into the game. I'm only just heading into the third over on my stream, so apologies about that. But yeah, the first 3 balls of this over from Parnell have been dot balls. And I must say, he's bowling very well, Parnell, here. Showing great control. I mean, Babar hasn't been looking to go too expansive just yet. He's currently 1 from 6, but yeah, he's bowled quite well. That's the left arm seamer from South Africa. As this next one invites the drive from Babar. Not ridiculously close to the bat there, but almost induces a nick. Oh, there we go. Babar does get off the mark in this over. So he's currently 2 from 7. Ticks the scorecard along to 22 for 1 now. Pakistan. And yes, Faizan, I'll just keep on putting the scorecard up after every over. I think that's probably for the best. Here we go then. Parnell. Oh, that is the ball to Babar. Yeah, my stream is behind. That just confirms. I've just seen him. I've just seen him get the single. See, this is the problem with the streams, because they are ever so slightly behind. But you just have to grin and bear it, unfortunately, sometimes. So yeah, apologies if the scorecard shows something different, because I'm actually 1 ball behind on this stream, which is not ideal, unfortunately. Thank you to those who've just tuned in as well. As I said, any comments, guys, please feel free to leave them in the comments section below. And of course, please remember to like, share, comment, and share any videos here on the Quality Shot Cricket YouTube channel. Oh, South Africa are not learning here. South Africa are not learning here. Parnell's just banged this one in short. Mohammed Harris, yet again, backs away from his leg stump. Gets it relatively fine. Bit of an uppercut, I think I'd describe that shot as. But yes, that is 4 more runs to the scorecard. Was slightly streaky, that from Mohammed Harris, but does not matter how they come if you're a Pakistan fan. The men in green currently 27 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over. And here is the scorecard for those interested. Yeah, Pakistan 27 for 1 after 3 overs. Parnell's been the better of the 2 South African opening bowlers. But yeah, I've got to say, Rabada was very, very loose in his first one. So yeah, what do we make of this start then from Pakistan? 27 for 1. They've lost Rizwan in the opening over. But at the same time, Mohammed Harris here, I've got to say, looks to be in million-dollar form. He really does. In particular against the short ball. And South Africa are not learning here. Against Harris, I think they should just go a little bit fuller, personally speaking. He's been very prolific against the short ball. We see that in Pakistan as well. We've seen it in the PSL. Mohammed Harris is a very, very adept player of the pull and the hook shot. And it seems as though South Africa haven't done their homework in that regard. So we'll have to wait and see as Lungi Ngidi comes on to bowl his first over of the day. Yeah, Mohammed Harris currently 22 from 8 balls. Staggering. Really good to see. From the Pakistani number 3, he's just injected some rhythm, some momentum into this Pakistan innings in Sydney. It's interesting, this from the captain Bavuma. He's not gone with a second over of Kaiso Rabada. Gone instead with Lungi Ngidi, who in fairness has actually got off to a decent start here. Bowling some pretty tight lines here to Babar Azam, and Babar's not looked ridiculously comfortable today. I will say that he hasn't seemed to be as expansive as perhaps we would have hoped. But he's still got time at the crease. It is Babar Azam. Hopefully he can just score some runs today. That's all I want, to be honest. Again, he tries to penetrate the offside there. But he just can't. He's just finding the fielders so far. He's the Pakistan skipper. Oh, again, it goes for a big shot there. Does Babar Azam? Quinton de Kock acts as though that one's just missed the off stump by about an inch. It didn't. It didn't. I don't know why the South Africans reacted like that. It really wasn't that close. It's nowhere near his edge. It was nowhere near his off stump. Nowhere near. That's just some gamesmanship, surely. But yeah, Babar's not looked in tremendous nick so far today. As Ngidi comes into bowl his 4th ball of this over to Babar Azam, who's currently 2 from 10 balls. This one on a good length, hacked away by the Pakistan captain. And there's some smart fielding there from Wayne Parnell. At deep 3rd man, that will just be 2 runs added to the Pakistan total as Babar now moves on to 4 from 11. Not even striking at 50 at the moment. That's a smart piece of fielding from Wayne Parnell. Cuts it down to just 2. He saved 2 runs there. Right, there we go then. At the end of the fourth over, Pakistan currently 31 for 1. That's a very good first over, actually, from Lungi Ngidi. Just the 4 runs coming from it. That's pretty tight, I must say. And yes, there we go. In fact, we have just got a brand new banner on the screen, brand new graphic. So yeah, Pakistan 31 for 1 after 4. Could do with some runs here, Babar Azam. Currently 5 from 12, which is not ideal. Gets off the mark, first ball against Anrik Norkia, though, for a single. I mean, this will be interesting now. Will Norkia go short? Will he go short? That is the big question. Or will South Africa learn? Let's wait and see. I've been very impressed with Harris so far. Very, very impressed indeed. Shy at the stumps. Luckily, Babar does get into his ground, but 6 from 13. He's got to score some runs here, Babar. Not had a good tournament at all. I think we're all well aware of his struggles with the bat in recent times. But 6 from 13 needs to kick on here. This ball from Norkia on a good length, fended away into the offside there from Mohammed Harris. Looks for a quick single, but there's no run there. Not a chance. Not with the South African fielders swarming in like a a pack of sharks. Will be interesting this matchup though. Norkia, he is the speed demon for the South Africans. Looking at his fastest speeds, 153 kilometers an hour. That is frighteningly quick. As the South African speedster comes into bowl to Mohammed Harris. This ball is on a good length on middle stump. And Mohammed Harris has just ramp shotted in for 6. That's an unbelievable shot. I don't even think the word audacious covers that. It's a good length delivery. It's angled in towards middle stump. Harris shuffles across, and he's just ramped Anrik Norkia for a 69 meter 6 over his head. That's a staggering shot. That really is an outstanding shot. Next ball, Norkia to Harris. Has he pinned him in front here? Very close. And that appears to have been given. Harris is reviewing this, though. He's gone upstairs. If I'm going off gut feeling, I think he might be out here. The only thing that will save him is the impact. I'm pretty sure Harris is out. Let's have a look. We'll have to see the replay. Only thing will be that impact. If it's outside of the line, it might just save him. I kind of hope it does save him as well. Let's have a look. My initial gut feeling was he's out. Oh, he's plumb. He's plumb. That's out. That's out. I should become an umpire. That is dead in front. That is castling his off stump. And the second wicket does fall for Pakistan. Mohammed Harris goes for an incredibly enterprising 28 from 11 balls, included 2 4s, 3 6s, a strike rate 254. But he has to depart in the 5th over. Anrik Norkia, the X Factor weapon for the Proteas, does strike. Pakistan now 38 for 2. Midway through the 5th over. And into bat at number 4, in comes Shan Masood. This will be interesting now, because I'm not sure whether or not these two will necessarily kick on in the way that Pakistan will hope. I think they'll probably just take them to around about the 10th or the 11th over, lay that foundation, set that platform, and then go from there. But that is a big wicket for the Proteas. 146 kilometres an hour from Anrik Nortje. It's great to watch. Well and truly. But this is a really, really big partnership here for Pakistan. Shan Masood, Babar Azam's not looked in great form all tournament. Shan obviously had that knock against India, but he's not a tremendously powerful or punchy option in the middle order. Then, of course, you've got the trio of Iftikhar, Shadab and Mohammad Nawaz to end the innings, but they need a foundation. And first ball from Nortje, angled in towards the hips of Masood. Fends that out into the leg side. That's no run. Oh, it was plumb. Lovely piece of bowling from Anas. And the final ball of the 5th over. This one is short from Nortje. Again, angling down the leg side for Masood. Just pats it down to deep square leg. That's Lungi Gidi there in that fielding position, who cuts it off, and that'll be 2 more runs. It's Pakistan now at the end of the 5th over. 40 for 2 after 5. Goodness me. I'm kind of sad that Harris has gone. Kind of sad. And they're just showing the current stats from this T20 World Cup in the Super 12s. And Nortje, 7 wickets. Crikey. That is very, very impressive. Right, back comes Ngidi then to bowl to Babar Azam. Oh, first ball is good. Outside the off stump, Babar backs away onto his leg side. Goes for a bit of a carve. Unfortunately misses it. So that is no run. Babar now 6 from 14. I don't know what's going on with Babar at the moment. I really don't. Just seems to be struggling tremendously. But it's a massive, massive saying. It really is. And Ngidi, second ball into Babar. This one full. I think Babar's going to be out here. He's gone for an expansive shots. Rabada does the fielding. It's a pretty smart catch over his shoulders. And Babar Azam, his terrible tournament continues. See, 6 from 15. And this is just rough to see. It really is. Pakistan now slumped to 40 for 3 at the start of the 6th over. He tried to shift through the gears. Oh, he's just played it straight up to Rabada. It's a pretty good catch, actually, that from KG. They're always pretty difficult, the ones over your shoulder. You've got to judge them. But KG has done a very, very good job of that. A strike rate of 40. And in comes Iftikhar Ahmed. He's got to try and find something here, Iftikhar. Oh, after such a good start as well. Pakistan now just losing the momentum. All of a sudden, this doesn't look good for Pakistan. Really doesn't. You've lost your 2 openers. You've lost Mohamed Harris, who was the most enterprising of the lot. That was an outstanding innings from the number 3. And if one of these 2 departs now, you're pretty much into your finishers already. We're not even 6 overs in. It's disappointing again for Babar. It's very similar almost to what Kohli was going through. I mean, that just wasn't a smart shot. Should have played that on the offside, but hindsight's a wonderful thing. And Gidi comes into Iftikhar now on this occasion. He's got goes for a little bit. An expansive shot on the offside. Finds the fielder, though, so that'll be no run. Another dot ball to add to Lungi and Gidi's ever-growing collection. And he's bowled very well today, Lungi. Deserved that wicket. Been very disciplined, unlike the other South African seamers. Hasn't necessarily gone to the short ball. But he's just hung it on a good length. Slightly back of a length at times. Not too short, but enough to induce a shot from the Pakistanis. And so far, the men in green are unfortunately falling for the trap. This one a lot fuller from Ngidi. There's a shot at the stumps. But Iftikhar does make his ground at the end. I think that was Tristan Stubbs doing the fielding. That's extra cover. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting passage of the play. Facty. Harris was playing good, but again, it was one player, just like Dash yesterday. That was an outstanding knock, wasn't it, from Litan Das? And the rain just completely ruined that for Bangladesh. They were 66 for none after 7 overs, and then all of a sudden the rain came. The surface was a little bit slick as a result of all of that moisture, and yeah, unfortunately just lost all momentum as soon as Das did fall. But I suppose the good news is, right, that Harris did look very good, and that ramp shot against Nortje was exceptional, to say the very least. That was a ludicrous shot, but Pakistan need these 2 to deliver here. They need a foundation. They need a platform. At the SCG, you've got to kick on in those last 6 overs. It's something which the Sydney Sixers have done very well in the Big Bash. And unfortunately, so far, Pakistan have not done very well today. They're currently 42 for 3 at the end of the 6th over. So the power play is done. And after an incredibly enterprising cameo from Mohamed Harris, Pakistan finished the power play going at just 7 runs and over. Oh, it's not been a great watch, to be honest, so far if you're a Pakistan fan. Brilliant from the South Africans, in particular Ngidi. Ngidi, in my opinion, very, very underrated in T20 cricket. I think he's always been quite a handy option, in particular up top with a new ball. Does get that extra hint of movement off the surface, but yeah, Pakistan now 42 for 3 at the end of the 6th over. And of course, yes, as Faizan's just said there, remember to like and subscribe, guys. And comment. And comment, of course. We can talk about all things cricket today. I'm here for the entire game, so anything about the T20 World Cup, anything about Test cricket, associate cricket, ODI cricket, whatever, feel free to get the comments below as well, because it's just me on comms today. Unfortunately, I don't have a co-commentator for this game. But in terms of the wider outlook, I suppose, for these 2 teams, South Africa currently 2nd in Group 2, having accumulated 5 points from their first 3 games. Pakistan, on the other hand, after those 2 tight losses to India and Zimbabwe, are currently in 5th. So this really is do or die. Amajit, South Africa win so easily. We'll have to wait and see, because the thing with Pakistan, if they get runs on the board, that bowling attack can win them the game. It really is that simple. They're an outstanding bowling unit, but you need something to defend. You need something to defend. And so far, I mean, this has been a very poor start. Mohamed Harris aside, because he's been the anomaly, right? He has not been the norm so far for Pakistan. Very, very slow going. They've been finding the fielders a lot. And at times been very, almost apprehensive with the shot selection. You know, Harris showed that enterprise. He showed that innovation. And aside from the number 3, no one seems to have done that, to be honest. Facty, fan of AB de Villiers and Quinton de Kock, so have to support South Africa. Funnily enough, I am in my Proteas shirt today. Apologies, Faizan. I'm not quote-unquote supporting anyone, but yeah, obviously got a soft spot for the Proteas. ABD, Jacques Callis, Graham Smith. And they've just produced some outstanding players over the years, and obviously AB de Villiers, in my opinion, the greatest of the lot. What a player. I miss him in the IPL more than you can imagine. What a player. Oh, the cock goes for a shot at the stumps there. But Shah Massood does get his bat back, and this is not going to be good news if you're a fan of Pakistan. Talking to Shah Massood, third ball of the over. He's out. Shah Massood is out. So from 42 for 3, Pakistan are now 43 for 4. And this is heading into pretty much disaster territory, to be honest, for the men in green. They got off to such a good start. Mohammed Harris. Harris traps LBW by Anrik Nortje. And now all of a sudden, they're 43 for 3. He's fallen for the trap again. This was a pretty well-disguised slower ball, actually, from Anrik Nortje. Massood tried to just chip it over Temba Bavuma, but instead he's chipped it straight to the South African skipper. And another wicket falls. Nortje's 8th wicket of the Super 12s. And Pakistan are in all sorts of bother here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Massood gone 2 from 6. Oh, goodness me. Faizan, Pakistan collapse incoming. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. I mean, if it was up to you guys out there, right, and you're Pakistan right now, you've got Iftikhar Ahmed out in the middle, and you've got your finishers in Shadab Khan, Mohammed Nawaz, and they're coming in the 7th over. Do you go into your shell a little bit, or do you go gung-ho? Do you try and take the attack to the South Africans? Let me know how you would approach this if you were out in the middle. I'd be interested to know your thoughts, to be honest. Amajit, maybe South Africa can win the World Cup. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. But they do look very strong, I must say. The only problem is that top order. I do think there'd be a better and well-balanced side with Reza Hendricks at the top, but if you're winning games, you're not going to drop your captain. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But this game isn't over yet, right? Don't fret. Who knows? Anything can happen in the wonderful game of cricket. Facty, Pakistan are gone. I was expecting a good match and at least a comeback from Babar. Yeah, unfortunately, that was not the case today at all. You know, this is the problem. When you're out of form, you go chasing for shots that aren't there. It's a bit like as a bowler, you go chasing for wickets instead of just allowing the game to play out naturally. And yeah, Babar, just no rhythm today at all. 6 from 15 with no boundaries, striking at 40. So, yeah, rough viewing, to say the least. And in comes Mohammed Nawaz, who just prods away his first 2 deliveries here from Anrik Nortje. There we go then. The rest of the over goes for no runs. Pakistan, after 7, are 43 for 4. They were 38 for 2 after 5. Just 5 runs coming from the next 12 deliveries. Goodness me. Yeah, this is beginning to look a little bit rough. Very, very rough indeed. It's not ideal when you've got your finishers out so early either. You know, I know Nawaz can bat. We saw that in the Asia Cup. But much better suited to coming in after about, 14 overs, I'd say. Mohammed Nawaz. Haven't even faced the spin yet, by the way. This has just been 7 overs of seam. So it'll be interesting to see how Tabraiz Shamsi goes today. I don't think South Africa will go to the loopy off spin of Heinrich Klaassen, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. Facty, I really hope they take some time and don't give away any wickets. At least score 150. Well, it's funny you say that. Don't give away any wickets. Pakistan have just been offered a massive reprieve. Iftikhar Ahmed has just been dropped by Quinton de Kock. That could prove to be a pretty big moment in this match. Iftikhar at the time of this delivery, 3 from 4, and Quinton's dropped him. Could that prove to be costly? We shall have to wait and see. Rabada, I mean, could have done with a wicket there for his confidence. It was a relatively difficult take, but we've seen Quinton pull off some stunners in the past. Probably be kicking himself over that. He did get his right hand to it. Did the South African captain. But yeah, Iftikhar just came off the top edge there. And he almost got that. I'm not sure if I'm being harsh there on Quinton. I feel like he could have taken that. But maybe that's just my high standards for Quinton. Here we go then. Next ball. Angled in on middle stump. That one is just fended away into the offside from Mohamed Nawaz. Hasn't seemed to be too expansive today, has Nawaz just yet. And obviously the situation is dictating that. Pakistan are currently 44 for 4, which isn't ideal. Obviously, you'd love a bit more of a foundation than that, but yeah, I'll be interested to see how Nawaz bats because he's very, very free flowing. This next ball is short from Rabada, and it flies off the edge for 4 more. Goodness me. I hope you're doing all right, Asjad. No, I don't now. I've got the stream working, fortunately, but thank you, mate. I do appreciate that. Obviously, not ideal for your team today, Asjad, so far. Currently 50 for 4 in the 8th over, but yes, fortunately, the stream is working. It's slightly behind, though, I think. I'm just looking at the scorecard. I think I'm 1 delivery behind, but that's not too bad. I mean, I think back to last year in the in the World Cup semi-finals with Nick and Gabe on Cricket for Americans, and their stream was perfect. It was perfectly in sync with the scorecard, and I was like 2 overs behind. So I'll take 1 delivery. I'll take him in 1 delivery. Fakti, he really should have, but I'll give him a pass on that one. I guess they can afford it. Well, you never know. Cricket's a funny game. If Iftikhar comes out and gets a 50, could prove to be quite pivotal in this game. So we shall have to wait and see. But yeah, at the end of the 8th over, that over does go for 7 runs. Not the worst over for Pakistan, that. Obviously, no more wickets falling. So yeah, the men in green now 50 for 4 at the end of the 8th over. Yeah, realistically, what do we think Pakistan can get here? What do you reckon they can pull off? I saw earlier 150, right? And 150 would be a decent score. It wouldn't be ideal, obviously, especially not on this surface. I know there's relatively big boundaries, but the surface hasn't really been playing up in terms of any nip or anything like that. But what do you reckon would be a defendable score for Pakistan here, considering they are 50 for 4 at the end of 8 overs? I mean, I think 150 would be ideal, but that's going to be pretty difficult. Got to score 100 runs from the final 12 to reach that. You've still got overs from Anrik Nortje. You've still got Tabraiz Shamsi. I think this is going to be interesting now because Tabraiz Shamsi is into the attack. And the SCG, this is more so in red ball cricket, but in comparison to other Australian grounds, there is just a slight extra bit of purchase in it for the spinners. We've seen that in the past. So, for example, in the Big Bash, they've got Nathan Lyon. And they've also got Stephen O'Keefe. So, yeah, in the past, spin does usually work quite nicely at the SCG. And of course, in domestic cricket, you've got Adam Zampa for the New South Wales Blues. Or I should say you used to, not anymore. Made that move a long time ago. Right, so Shamsi into Iftikhar. This one's slightly short from Shamsi. Iftikhar goes for the pull shot. Just plays it to deep mid-wicket. That will just be 1 run there for Iftikhar. Who, as I did say earlier, was dropped on 2 by Quinton de Kock. Fakti, 130 or 140. I don't see them reaching 150. South Africa's bowling attack is vicious. Yeah, it is. It is a very, very potent bowling attack, to say the very least. Particularly the seamers. You know, that seam attack, I think they gel as a unit incredibly well. And not only that, it's varied. You've got the left arm seam of Wayne Parnell. You've got the swing in the early overs of Lungi Ngidi. Then you've got the death bowling of Kiso Rabada. And finally, you've got the speed demon bowling rockets in Anrik Norkia. So, yeah, it's a lovely bowling attack for the Proteas. They just need their top orders to fire. And they could actually be in with a pretty good shout of winning the entire thing. I mean, Shamsi's bowled well, actually, so far. I will give him that. Other than that second ball, which was a little bit short, I think Iftikhar will be a little bit disappointed not to have dispatched that for at least a boundary. But other than that, nothing too damaging here from the left arm wrist spinner. I'll tell you what, Iftikhar's lucky he's got some bat on that. Otherwise, that could have been interesting. Just shuffled across his stumps there, went for the sweep. I think he got a little bit of under edge or glove on that. Otherwise, that would have been crashing into his leg stump. Could have had a fifth wicket down. Could Pakistan. Fortunately not, though. And the final ball of the over is just slapped into the covers for one. So yeah, by the end of the ninth over, Pakistan are 55 for 4. I think 140, if it's me. 140, it's not ideal, but it's something on the board. But that's going to be pretty difficult to reach from here for Pakistan. They need a further 85 runs from the final 11. So yeah, it's all about wickets. I said that right from the get-go. They needed a foundation. They haven't got the foundation. And yeah, now as a result, well and truly on the back foot. A 55 for 4 by the end of the ninth over. Let's see if it'll update. There we go. 55 for 4. The banner is working after all. And of course, guys, while you are tuning in, please feel free to like, share, subscribe, let your friends know that we are live today. It's just me on the comms, though, unfortunately. The rest of the lads aren't here today. But yeah, let me know your thoughts as well on how the game's going. Obviously, if you're a Pakistan fan, probably won't be overwhelmingly positive. But yeah, it's just how the game works sometimes. It's just been that kind of tournament for Pakistan so far. Rabada into Iftikhar. That's a cracking shot from the Pakistani number 5. Again, it's a good length from Rabada. Hung outside of Iftikhar's off stump. Rocks onto the back foot. Slaps it through the covers for a powerfully driven 4. And I just wonder if Rabada might be the bowler that Pakistan are going to target today. He's not been looking great, says KG. Has been very expensive. I'm just looking at his economy so far. He's got 14 runs and over. And this next ball, short from Rabada, dug into the surface. Pulled by Iftikhar. Unfortunately, doesn't get too much timing on that, but will scamper through for a quick 2. There it is, the Sydney Cricket Ground, looking resplendent. Under the lights, as always, an iconic ground. Would love to visit there one day. Rabada, next ball comes into bowl. Again, it's a good length to Iftikhar, invites the drive. And he drives it straight back over the head of mid-off for 4. Lovely bit of loft. Lovely bit of timing there from Iftikhar. And the man who has dropped on 2 is now 17 from 12. This is very, very interesting. I did say that could prove to be a pretty big drop. So he's 2 from 5. His next 7 balls, he's hit for 15. And these are some unwanted runs to be leaking if you are a South Africa fan. Here we go, fourth ball of the over. Rabada again bangs that one short. Iftikhar drops and runs for a single. Smart batting that from Iftikhar. Moves on to 18 from 13 balls. And it's funny, actually. That's, fact, it was yourself who mentioned it, actually. You mentioned about Dash yesterday. He was dropped by DK, wasn't he? Early on. I just wonder if this could prove to be a pretty costly drop. And yeah, again, not a great over this from Rabada. Final ball back of a length at Iftikhar. That one is just played out for a single. So by the end of the 10th over, Pakistan now 68 for 4, with Iftikhar moving on to 19 from 14. Hey, it worked. It worked first time then. That's good. So 68 for 4. 60 balls left of the innings. I'll tell you what, I think 140 is on here, actually. If they're smart, 7.2 runs and over isn't too much in the slightest. But can Pakistan bat sensibly? That is the big question on everybody's lips. Just realised it's the drinks break as well. I was wondering why there's so many adverts. Just realised as well, pretty slow over rates as well. Almost an hour to bowl 10 overs. Goodness me. So yeah, still the drinks break at the SCG. They're showing highlights from 2012. Oh, in fairness, that was a really good game, actually, between Pakistan and South Africa. That was Saeed Ajmal, wasn't it? Hit a streaky 4 to win in the final over. Yeah, Pakistan beating South Africa by 2 wickets on that occasion. Yeah, there won't be any run chase for the Pakistanis today, though, because they are batting first. It's been a very weird inning so far, incredibly weird. We had Harris getting 28 from 11, which had 5 boundaries in it, right? But other than that, no one seems to have really found much rhythm, apart from Iftikhar, and even he was dropped on 2. So yeah, it's been a bit of a bizarre innings. There hasn't been much tempo from Pakistan today. Shamsi comes into bowl. Funnily enough, to Iftikhar. Again, drops this short just to brace Shamsi. Luckily, Iftikhar can't find the gap. But that's now his third ball that he's dragged down out of 7. All to Iftikhar as well, which is quite strange. Next ball into Nawaz. See, that's a much better line and length from Tabraiz Shamsi there. Good length, outside off stump. Just gave it a little bit of extra flight as well. It's a lovely delivery, that. Nice leg break. Gorgeous. Shamsi coming in for his third ball then. This one is the wrong gun. And that's a nice sweep shot from Mohammad Nawaz. That'll be another run added to the Pakistani total. So yeah, realistically, guys, what do you reckon Pakistan can get from here? Because I think, genuinely, I think 140 is definitely on, if they can bat sensibly. I think 7 runs and over, you don't even need to go for expansive shots. Just go for 1s and 2s and farm the strike a bit. Is that a wide? Are they going to give that a wide? No, that should have been a wide. It's gone down the leg side and Chris Gaffney hasn't given it. A bit bizarre. If God does ask the question, I don't blame him either. I don't know how that's not a wide. Anyway. Next ball, that's better from Shamsi. A lot better. Again, just beginning to find his range here. Again, giving it some nice flights. I'm baffled as to how that wasn't a wide. He didn't get anything on it. Anyway. It's gone now. Final ball of the 11th over. Again, get some lovely flight on this. Says to Tabraiz Shamsi, just drops it outside of Iftikhar's off stump. And they scamper through for a quick single. So Pakistan now 71 for 4 at the end of the 11th over. Just 3 runs coming from that over. Pretty tight stuff, actually, from Tabraiz. And after a pretty, what to say, inconsistent start to the over, he's actually got that back quite well. But yeah, this is the partnership for Pakistan. Absolutely. Iftikhar here. He's the big wicket. You got Nawaz and Shadab as the finishers. And then we've seen the Pakistan tail utilise the long levers before. Obviously, Shaheen can give it a little bit of a whack, as can Mohammad Wasim. We've seen that in the past, but yeah, these two need to lay the springboard for their side here. Iftikhar again just paddles that one out into the offside for a single. And if you were to ask me, actually, about the South African bowlers today, I've got to say, Lungi Ngidi's been the pick of them. I think he's bowled well with his changes of pace. I think his line and lengths have been absolutely spot on. And he hasn't fallen for the trap of bowling it short. So I think that's very, very positive, actually. For the South Africans, that's some good fielding as well. To prevent that from going through for a single. That's Aidan Markram there at points. That's a sharp piece of fielding from Mr. Markram. That flashed off the blade very quickly. Nice clean pickup as well. And again, third ball of the over, no run. And Ngidi just accumulating some dot ball pressure here. He's only gone for 7 runs from his first 15 deliveries today. It's very, very impressive. And I say about him not bowling short, he's just bowled a short one to Nawaz there. He goes for the uppercut but misses. Fortunately for the South Africans, otherwise that could have been 4 or 6 very, very easily with that short boundary behind Quinton de Kock. Next ball from Ngidi to Nawaz. In steams Lungi. This one on a good length. Nawaz goes aerial, just gets it over the men. They should come back for 2 because that's gone out to the longer boundary. Yes, they do. They come back for a second. Nawaz moves on to 10 from 15. Hasn't quite got going just yet. How's the all-rounder? Again, Ngidi just bowling that one into the surface. Using a seam-up grip. That's actually a pretty nice shot from Nawaz. Just didn't get any timing on it. But that was the right option, given the position of the fielders. Here we go then again. Lungi steaming in. Bowls this one back of a length. Oh no, that is horrendous fielding. That is an absolute shocker from Tabraiz Shamsi. A deep third man. Ngidi bowls this back of a length. It's dabbed away very deftly by Mohamed Nawaz. Down to Shamsi in that fielding position. He just takes his eyes off of it. Comes off of his, well, one of his right knuckles, I think it is. And that's just 4 needless runs. Needless runs. And Ngidi and de Kock, as you can imagine, not very happy with their leg spinner at all. That was a really poor fielding effort. This next ball, on a good length, Nawaz goes aerial. South Africa do not have the man out there, so that is another 4 runs. And all of a sudden, 1 from 3 balls, turns into 11 runs off the over. And Nawaz now just beginning to shift through the gears. The intent is quite clearly there from the Pakistani number 6. That's a good shot. Again, it's a smart shot. It's the right shot in that situation. The fielders aren't there. You just have to loft it over them. And he's very strong on the offside. I'm not sure about this field for South Africa. I'm really not. But yes, Pakistan now 82 for 4. And these two, in fairness to them, have actually steadied the ship very well. After being 43 for 4, it's currently a 39-run partnership between Iftikhar and Nawaz. Shamsi now coming into bowl. That's going to be a wide first ball. That one is given. But yeah, that was incredibly wide. And Shamsi again. Darts this one in a lot flatter with the trajectory. That's cut away quite nicely by Iftikhar out to Riley Rousseau. And that'll just be 1 run added to the Pakistan total. So now 84 for 4. Shamsi to Nawaz. And this will be interesting as well. Will Shamsi go ultra aggressive here? Will he bowl wicket to wickets? Hangs this one outside his off stump. Goes for a leg break there. But against left-handers, Shamsi does usually go to the wrong gun. And Nawaz is a pretty good sweeper of the cricket ball. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see about that. Do wonder what Tabraiz has got up his sleeve. This one flighted outside off stump. That's a ludicrous shot from Mohamed Nawaz. He's not even timed that. He's pulled out of the shot halfway through. And he's just smoked it over mid-off. That's an outrageous shot. He hasn't even gone for the full swing of the bats. And yet he's hit it with so much power. It's gone over the head of mid-off for 4. I can't believe that. He's hitting fours and he's not even... he didn't even time that. This next ball from Shamsi, that's going to be a wide. Hanging it far too much outside of the off stump there. Shamsi, I'm not going to say looks rattled. But his confidence does seem to have taken a bit of a knock after that misfield. Can Nawaz capitalise, I wonder? Currently 22 from 19. This next ball, again, flatter from Shamsi. Again, a lot of turn there. A lot of turn off the leg break, and that is going to be of great use to Shadab Khan in the second innings. That's a lovely ball from Shamsi. Not too much flight, but quite clearly there is something in the pitch for the spinners. Shamsi coming into bowl to Nawaz. This time goes for the wrong gun, and that is going to be a 6. And what did I say about Mohamed Nawaz being a good sweeper of the ball? Goes down on one knee, loads up, and smokes it for 6 more. That is a gorgeous shot from Nawaz. I wonder if someone's caught that in the crowd. Judging by the reaction, I think they might have. But 80-metre 6. That is a shot played with some disdain from Mohamed Nawaz. Oh, it was dropped in the crowd. That's poor fielding. Poor fielding in the crowd. And then he acts as though he was going to take it one-handed. Nah. Needs to work on his catching skills, that man. Right, here we go then. Final ball of the 13th over. Shamsi to Nawaz. That's plumb, and that is going to be out. Goes for another wrong gun. Nawaz yet again goes for the sweep. But on this occasion, completely misjudges the flight of the ball. Goes for the shot way too early. And that's pinning him right in front of middle and leg. Given the turn of Tabrez Shamsi today, that is a lovely piece of bowling. Pakistan lose their 5th wicket. And it's the wicket of Mohamed Nawaz for 28 from 22 deliveries. Hang on, has he got bat on that? I've just looked at the replay. That looked like he hit it. I'm baffled. Why the heck has he not reviewed that? He should have reviewed that. I'm convinced he's just got bat on that. They've just showed the replay. And it appears, because that was a wrong gun from Shamsi, that wasn't a leg break. He's just got, that looks like he's got a massive inside edge on that. What on earth? I'm bamboozled by that. I mean, South Africa won't mind. It's a 5th wicket and it's a big wicket. Nawaz was looking pretty ominous there. Yeah, Pakistan are 95 for 5 at the end of the 13th over. Bizarre. Bizarre. I think it's going to be Wayne Parnell to return. Yes, it is. And Shadab Khan is coming in at number 7. With a 136.9 career strike rate. That's not bad at all. So Parnell to Iftikhar. Iftikhar, remember, was dropped on 2 by Quinton de Kock. It was a relatively difficult chance. But keeper of Quinton de Kock's standards, you'd imagine he could have pulled it off, to be honest. Did get a lot of his right hand to it, but unfortunately just seems to have come off the, I don't know, the upper right hand section of it. So in comes Parnell, currently got figures of 1 for 10, bowled very nicely in the power play. First ball, full to Iftikhar, who goes massive. That's a lovely shot. Iftikhar Ahmed straight back down the ground. Smacks that ball back with some authority. And that is a vital 6 for Pakistan. That's a great shot. 94 metres. That's the long boundary as well. And he's almost hit that into the sight screen. That is a cracking shot from Iftikhar Ahmed. Wow. That is disdainful. Parnell has a slight shake of the head, but to be honest, that's just a great shot. Well timed from Iftikhar Ahmed, who, as I said, is just beginning to shift through the gears here. Now, that's interesting to actually see that. A 93 strike rate versus spin that comes back into him. So why on earth has Shamsi not been bowling leg breaks? That's a very, very interesting stats. Parnell bowls this on a good length, and that is just tucked away into the offside for a single. Good cricket that from Iftikhar Ahmed. 7 from the first 2. They've just shown the ultra edge. Nawaz got a thick inside edge on that. He should have reviewed. Oh. Hang on, fully enough, and there's a run out at the non-striker's end as well. Oh, it would have been a wicket either way then. I do wonder if Nawaz has actually sacrificed his wicket there to keep Iftikhar in. Oh no, hang on, he was run out. That now makes sense. It was Nawaz who was run out. So he wasn't LBW by Shamsi. He was run out. Right. Wish the cameras would have shown that live. It's all very well and good with a replay. Another shot at the stumps. I think that's Russo there. Well wide of the stumps though. Never going to hit. Yeah, final ball of the 14th over. That is just going to be a single for Shadab Khan, who gets his second run from his second delivery. Or third delivery, I should say, actually. And Pakistan move on to 105 for 5 at the end of the 14th over. So not a terrible over that, actually. 10 runs from it. Pakistan, 6 overs remaining. Not many wickets left in the shed, though. So this really is going to be a pivotal partnership for Pakistan. Iftikhar's looked pretty good, though. If you're a Pakistan fan, you've got a glimmer of hope there with Iftikhar Ahmed. Because from 2 from 5, he's now, I think he's on 30. Yeah, he's 31 from 23. So he scored, 29 from his next 18 balls? It's pretty good going, that. Very good going indeed. And while you're here, guys, for any new viewers tuning into the stream, remember to like, share, subscribe, help fives and outs here on the Quality Shot Cricket channel. Does put a lot of hard work and effort into his YouTube, so yeah, if you can support the channel anyway, I know it'd be very, very appreciative. I think Shamsi's going to come on to bowl now. Will be his 4th and final over. It's been a relatively mixed bag from Shamsi. At times he's bowled very nicely, but then he has also dropped it short a few times. It's just lucky that Iftikhar hasn't pumped him for 4 or 6. Here we go then. Shamsi, that's a cracking shot from Shadab Khan. That is going to be 4. Goes for the leg break, the Shamsi, trying to angle it back in to get those stumps into play. Shadab uses his feet gorgeously. Lofts it onto the leg side, and that is a great shot for 4. That's a really nice shot. Right into the sea of green that's occupying that fence. So now 109 for 5, Pakistan. This one tossed up by Shadab. That's hit Iftikhar. So that will be no run. Was a little bit of a collision actually there between Shamsi and Iftikhar. But yeah, luckily no damage done. Double whammy actually for Iftikhar. He's been hit by the ball and he's been hit by Shamsi. Shamsi again, this one just strays down leg side. Again, it's very short from Shamsi. Shadab sets off quickly for the 2. Quinton de Kock doesn't pick it up cleanly. And they do get 2 more runs. This is proving to be a pretty nice little partnership now between Shadab and Iftikhar. Taking the attack to Shadab Khan. And for those interested as well in T20I crickets, the average score at the SCG is 167. So it is a pretty good batting surface. Samji again comes into bowl to Shadab. That's one of the shots of the day. It's not quite up there with Mohamed Harris's ramp shot against Nokia, but the utilisation of the feet, the timing of the ball there from Shadab Khan goes for a lofted cover drive over extra cover, and that one was caught in the ground. So that's good cricket all round. 92 metres. Shadab rightfully looks impressed with himself there. Oh, that's a cracking shot. That really is a good shot. Love to see that as a spinner. That one not as well timed. That one's just hacked away down the ground for a single. There we go. Final ball of the 15th over. Scamper through for another 2 runs. And Pakistan, after being 43 for 4, are now 120 for 5. That over goes for 15. Wow. Well, I think 140 is definitely on. 150, 160. Interesting. In comes Lungi and Gidi then to start the 16th over to Shadab Khan. That's a nice shot from Shadab on the offside. Will be cut away by the fielder though. Oh, that's good running. That's good running from Shadab Khan. Turned a quick single into a 2 there. Very, very nice. So if these 2 stay in, maybe 160. Maybe. But then again, if these 2 fall quite quickly, then you're looking at 140 again. So who knows? That's the beauty of cricket. You never know. And Gidi into Shadab. This one's short and pulled away. And pretty poorly timed that from Shadab, actually. That'll just be a single. With a vicious club. Some very good signs in the crowd tonight. Right, here we go then. And Guidi into Iftikhar, fourth ball, the 16th over. This one is banked in shorts. South Africa are just not learning here. And Iftikhar has put that into the top tier of the SCG. That's got to be at least 100 metres. That is... That's a ludicrous shot. I want to see the distance. What is the distance on that? 106 metres. I said Nguidi's bowled so well because he hasn't bowled shorts. And he bangs it in short to Iftikhar and he's just dispatched him. Goodness me, that is some shot from Iftikhar Ahmed. He was 2 from 5. I mean, honestly, some of these shots that Pakistan are now playing are outrageous. Iftikhar again, that's a wide from Nguidi. That's a wide. Bowls that well outside of the tram line. Pakistan now 130 for 5. This is a staggering riposte. And I'll tell you what, if Iftikhar keeps going, you're looking at 160. Bare minimum. That's just going to be a single there for Iftikhar. So he's now moved on to 40 from 27 balls, Iftikhar Ahmed. 40 from 27. He scored 38 from 22 balls. And that was the biggest 6 of the tournament. I was going to say that was a monster. 106 metres. Crikey. Oh, you love to see it. I'll tell you, 160 is on here for Pakistan. If Iftikhar can just keep on hitting 1 or 2 boundaries. And with that bowling attack, never say never with Pakistan. Never say never. They've got Shaheen. They've got 2 good spinners. You've got the pace of Mohammad Waseem and Haris Rauf and Naseem Shah. Oh, Shadab, that's a cracking shot as well. That's like something out of Brian Lara cricket. It's bowled outside his off stump. It was a full toss, in fairness, from Lungi Nguidi. Shadab recognises that early, moves outside of his off stump. Oh, just flicks it gorgeously to a vacant deep mid wicket for 4. What a shot. Lovely little flick of the wrist there from Shadab Khan. And all of a sudden, Pakistan, who were 43 for 4, are now 135 for 5. Wow. This is some turnaround. And I'll tell you what else it's done. So it's just deflated the South Africans a little bit. The body language isn't what it was. I mentioned it earlier, they were swarming in packs almost, South Africa. There was a lot of energy in the field. That seems to have dissipated a bit as a result of these partnerships. So fair play to the Pakistani middle order. Again, it was the big question heading into the tournament. Yeah, Iftikhar Ahmed, he's playing some lovely cricket today. Here we go then, Nokia into Iftikhar. That's a full toss. Not well timed at all, that from Iftikhar. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed. Just scoops it back down the ground for a single. But luckily, that isn't a wicket for Pakistan. Goodness me, Nokia's just bowled a 90-mile-an-hour delivery. Again, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised, to be honest, but it's just ferocious bowling. I would not want to fancy facing that at all. And Shadab almost looked a little bit disappointed with himself. It's a rocket. No harm in missing that one. Well, I'll tell you something you won't be disappointed with. Shadab has rifled that, and I really do mean rifled. He has rifled that to the fence for 4. Goodness me. And Bavuma almost got there. There's almost a desperate dive to try and get the catch. But far too much power on that. That's just zipped off the bat of Shadab. And that's 4 more. And all of a sudden, the momentum has shifted. It shifted quite quickly. Remember, the pass score at the SCG is 167 in T20I cricket. And Pakistan are now on 140 for 5. Norkir into Shadab, goes short, goes for an uppercut. 6. And it's caught one-handed in the crowd. Oh, this is magnificent batting. The 8th, 6th of the innings for Pakistan. And I've said it all along. Why are South Africa bowling short? That's a cracking shot. Almost goes second tier from Shadab Khan, and that man in the crowd. Give him a prize. Just put that one-handed. That's an outrageous piece of fielding. Get him in the South Africa team. Goodness me. Pakistan now 147 for 5. And they've still got 3 overs left. 170's on here. 170 is on for the men in green. Wow. At one point, we were discussing 140. They've surpassed it with 18 balls to go. Jeez. And that is an outrageous shot. It's not just the 4s and 6s that Pakistan are playing. It's the way in which they're getting these boundaries. Almost defies belief. This is a 50 partnership from 24 balls. And it has well and truly taken the sails out of the Proteas. Final ball of the over, flicked off the pads for a single. Pakistan are now 148 for 5. That over from Norkir goes for 13. Wow. This is unreal. Not only that, if you're a South Africa fan, Rabada has still got 1 more over left. And I do wonder if they're going to bowl him this over. Or if they're going to go Parnell. Rabada's gone at 12s. Parnell's gone at 6.6. This is a conundrum now for Timber Bavuma. Also, the over rate's been incredibly slow. They've got 10 minutes to bowl these final couple of overs of seam. So the ball keeps on flying to the fence. We may have one less fielder out in the ring. It's Parnell then. It's Parnell. Our first ball, Iftikhar Ahmed has sliced him for 4. This is unbelievable. Iftikhar Ahmed deserves a lot of credit for the way in which he's been playing for Pakistan recently. He was dropped on 2. He's now on 46 from 30. This is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Pakistan to win the World Cup. How quickly life comes at you, eh? I mean, that wasn't a great shot from Iftikhar, in fairness. It's a massive outside edge. But look where we've gone. Pakistan collapsing coming to Pakistan to win the World Cup. Now, this is going to make for a good game now. Anything over 150, I said, Pakistan's bowlers can defend. You're looking at 170 here. And yes, that's fortune, but, fortune favours the bold. And Iftikhar has been bold today. He didn't allow that drop to knock his confidence. And again, Quinton de Kock will be kicking himself because he should have taken that. But happens, doesn't it? We all make mistakes at times. Parnell, this one a bit fuller. Iftikhar doesn't get an immense amount of timing on that, but fortunately doesn't reach Aidan Markram at deep mid-off. That will just be another single to the Pakistan total. We're now 155 for 5. And this is outrageously good. It's a lovely ground as well, isn't it, the SCG? Definitely on my bucket list. That old pavilion, lovely Victorian style. Bavuma's just shifting the field here. He's just putting a catcher at extra cover. Oh, no, he hasn't. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. I thought he was shifting again. He wasn't. He was just walking in. He is at extra cover. Parnell then to Shadab. He does bisect the field there. Oh, and it's another misfield. It's another misfield. It's another misfield. And a single turns into two. And again, sloppy fielding from South Africa. And there's no excuses tonight. The outfield isn't slick. It's not raining. Just lapses of concentration are killing the Proteas here. We had the drop from de Kock. We had the poor bit of fielding from Shamsi, which cost them 3 runs, and then that from Markram. Oh, it's been poor. That's an interesting shot from Shadab. Again, he's going for like Brian Lara or stick cricket shots instead of conventional ones. Yeah, Pakistan's run rate now 8.85. They should get 3 here, Pakistan. They will get 3. It's some pretty good fielding, actually, that from Maiden Markram. Shows off the skates there, but Shadab's a very quick runner between the wickets. And that will be 3 more. Pakistan, staggeringly, who were 43 for 4, are 159 for 5. And there's still 2 overs left. Again, another big over. That one's gone for 11. And South Africa here are just all at sea. Don't know what to bowl. Said it all along. They're bowled far too short today. And yeah, the momentum is now well and truly with Pakistan. Wow. See, this is why cricket's such a great game. You know, you can never, ever, ever write a team off. Love it. Absolutely love it. You don't get this ebb and flow in any other sport. So Wayne Parnell bowls out. 1 for 31 from his 4 overs. And this is interesting now for South Africa. Because you've got Anrik Nortje and you've got Kisa Rabada. Rabada's gone at 12s today. He's really not bowled well at all, KG. It's just been one of those nights. He's just not found his radar. And they are going to go with Anrik Nortje to bowl the 19th. Which I'm guessing they're just going to try and get either Iftikhar or Shadab out here to try and protect KG. But first ball will be 2 for Iftikhar. And that brings up a magnificent 50 for Iftikhar Ahmed from 33 balls. He's hit 3 4s, 2 6s, striking at 150. And I think the word pivotal doesn't even do this justice. He has been the glue that has held this Pakistan innings together quite superbly in Sydney tonight. So Iftikhar Ahmed's take a bow. Unbelievable knock. And he has delivered when his team needed him to the most. Deserves that 50. Batted brilliantly today. How's the Pakistani number 5? Just wish I had the volume up, because I imagine the crowd's going absolutely wild right now, as they should do. Just 5 dot balls as well, and 3 of those were in his first 5 balls. Staggering hitting. Just looks to be in the zone. That's a pretty good ball from Anrik Nortje. He's done well to dig out the Yorker there. As Iftikhar Ahmed. And this just gets worse for South Africa. That's 7. That's a 7. That's a no ball. First and foremost from Anrik Nortje. And Shadab Khan is 44 from 19. This is ludicrous. And it's poor bowling. It's been really poor from South Africa. They've completely lost their heads. And I said this, the par score in Sydney is 167. Shadab just hit the no ball for 6. One legal delivery there has just cost South Africa 13 runs. And Shadab Khan has brought up a 20 ball 50. I mean, I don't know what to say anymore. I really don't. 50 from 20 deliveries. He's hit 3 4s, 4 6s. And all of a sudden, Pakistan are in the driving seat. I'm running out of words. I'm running out of words. Genuinely, he's played this like a game of stick cricket. And every single thing he hits is turned into gold. But it's poor bowling from Nortje. Very, very poor. That's another 2. And the running between the wickets from Shadab as well has been outstanding. Really has. But again, South Africa's fielding. I've completely neglected to mention there. Aidan Markram just dropped him. I'm too busy focusing on the running between the wicket. Pakistan now 177 for 5. Oh my word. The great escape's on, eh? Obviously, they have to defend this. And it is beginning to rain, actually, in Sydney. But I can't believe it. South Africa genuinely here looked absolutely shell-shocked. 43 for 4. You had their entire top order gone. And how has this happened? And you have to tip your hat, to be honest, with Pakistan. You really do. Iftikhar, Nawaz, that partnership began to rebuild. And then these two have just kicked on unbelievably well. Oh, and just as I say that, Shadab Khan finally departs. Caught by Tristan Stubbs for a 22 ball 50, striking at 236.36. Shadab can't take a bow. That was an unbelievably good knock from the number 6. Or number 7, I should say, actually. Nawaz was number 6, but outrageous. That's one of the knocks of the tournament, that. He's taken Pakistan from potentially, and we're talking potentially reaching 130, 140, to reaching 177. Faizan, they have a roof, don't they? No, not the SCG. They don't. Unfortunately, the one ground in Australia which does have a roof, which is Marvel Stadium in Melbourne, isn't actually used by Cricket Australia because it's owned by the AFL. So the ICC weren't allowed to use it in this tournament. But yeah, Pakistan 177 for 6. The rain is just beginning to come down heavier. And also, Mohammad Wasim has also departed first ball, caught by Bavuma. So, yeah, unfortunately, no power hitting from Mohammad Wasim tonight. He's departed for a golden duck. But to be honest, I don't think Pakistan will care. 177 for 7. And they've still got an over. Unbelievable. We were saying 130. We said, can Pakistan reach 130? They've reached 177 with one over to spare. Right then. This is going to be interesting. Actually, there's nothing wrong there with Wasim getting out either. Because it means you've got Iftikhar on strike against Rabada, who hasn't bowled tremendously well. Here, Nortje finishes with 4 wickets. But as a result of this final over, goes for 41 runs. Does the South African speed demon. So, yeah, quite expensive at times. The rain doesn't appear to be massively heavy, but it's almost like a drizzle. I did have a look at the radar earlier. There is some light rain about. But it should be too disruptive. Fingers crossed. Oh, and just as I say, that it's a good thing that Iftikhar's on strike. Iftikhar also departs. That's 3 wickets in 3 balls. Pakistan not finishing this innings tremendously well here. He's hit it straight to Riley Russo. So Iftikhar does depart. Regardless, it's a phenomenal innings. 51 from 35 balls, 3 fours, 2 sixes, striking at 145.7. I don't think he can be too disappointed about that, Iftikhar Ahmed. He's batted very, very well today, but yeah, just this one didn't have enough legs on it. And it was a cracking catch, to be fair, from Rousseau. Very, very good catch. But again, I expect someone of Riley's caliber to take catches like that. I really do. I'm just looking back at the replay. Actually, that's an outstanding catch. I've really done that a disservice, but I've seen Riley produce some ridiculous catches before. Talking one-handed on the boundary, AB de Villiers-esque. This one's a two-hander. His momentum almost took him over the rope. But yeah, that's a great catch from Riley Rousseau. It's just a shame that, yeah, the momentum's kind of swung here. Next ball from Rabard to Harris Ralph. That's also a dot ball. So that's now 4 dot balls here for Pakistan. I mean, come on, they need to reach 180 just for that psychological edge. But this is going to be difficult. And there we have it. They have reached 180. So that is very good for Pakistan. Naseem Shah getting up to that figure. Also, Faizan, if you are still here in the stream, what I'll do, I'll head off for the innings break, but I'll start up another stream for the second innings. I mean, that was a really weird shot from Naseem Shah. Very, very weird indeed. But yeah, effective. Gets 2 runs. Wasn't the most orthodox, though. So yeah, Pakistan 180 for 8. Make that 183 for 8. 1 more ball to go. 1 more delivery left. Ah, okay, fair enough, Faizan. That's actually quite a good shout. And another drop for South Africa. Another drop. Another drop. In fairness, I suppose now it has started to rain, so it's a little bit slicker, but goodness me, the fielding from South Africa tonight has been really poor. They'll have to be better than this. Right, here we go then. Final ball of the Pakistan innings. It's going to be a 2. Yes, it is. So Pakistan, after 20 overs, finish on 185 for 8. That is an outstanding riposte from the men in green, who are 43 for 4 after 7. 185 for 8. That's well above the par at the Sydney Cricket Ground, which is 167. So there we have it, folks. South Africa will be chasing 186 runs in order to all but secure their place in the semi-finals of this year's T20 World Cup. As for Pakistan, they'll be hoping to defend 185 to keep their slim hopes alive. So I'm going to head off for the time being, folks. I'll leave the scorecard up for the time being, though, so you can have a look at the various scores from the Pakistan batters. But yeah, I'm going to head off for the innings break. And yes, I shall see you afterwards for the second innings of South Africa. Look to chase 186. Look after yourself, guys. I shall be back shortly. Here we go then, folks. We are back for the second innings of the Pakistan versus South Africa match. And yeah, if you are a Pakistan fan, some excellent news. Quinton de Kock has fallen to Shaheen Shah Afridi for just one run. And that is a massive wicket for Pakistan. Huge wicket. So yeah, South Africa in the first over of the innings are 1 for 1. That is not the start that the Proteas were looking for at all. The Pakistan fans going absolutely wild, as they should. And yeah, that is an ideal start for Pakistan. I'll just update the score as we go. So South Africa 1 for 1 after one over. Here we go, and on to bowl comes Naseem Shah, but his first ball here to Bavuma. Tails down, leg side, and that'll just, in fact, that'll be a wide. So South Africa now 2 for 1 at the start of the second over. So Bavuma needs some runs here as well, I think, as we're all aware. Again, a bit like Babar, hasn't been in the greatest of form at all with the bat in hand. Has Temba Bavuma. But he does take a single there. So yeah, South Africa now 3 for 1 at the start of the second over. Naseem's bowling some pretty sharp pace here, actually, I must say. And as soon as I say that, he's been smacked for 6 by Riley Rousseau. Oh my word. He's such a good player to watch, Riley Rousseau. Has PSL experience for the Quetta Gladiators. Was outstanding in England in the T20I series between the Proteas and the Three Lions. And of course, scored that 104 against Bangladesh, didn't he? So, been in very good form. That's Riley. Tell you what, we've seen some great shots today. Really impressive shots. Just looked on social media, and South African fans have said he's got off the mark with a 6, so here comes a century now. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. Be great if you're a Proteas fan and Russo does score a ton. Might need it tonight, in fairness. This is a massive total, 186. He's just a great player to watch, though, Riley Rousseau. The leading run scorer in this year's T20 Blast as well here in the UK for Somerset. Just been on a different planet. Yeah, South Africa certainly not 1 for 1 anymore. Bavuma, that's a nice shot. That's going to be a 4th. They're now moving up to 14 for 1. Naseem just hasn't found his radar just yet. Started off with a wide. And now it's been hit for a 4 and a 6 in this over. Yeah, Russo looks... just going back to Russo, 7 from 3 he's currently on. Goodness me. He does look very good indeed when he's in this sort of rhythm and form and confidence. Does the South African number 3. That was an outrageous knock as well, wasn't it? They won against Bangladesh. Some of the shots he was playing. The movement of the feet as well. Always love that in cricket. The best cricketers use their feet. That's something I always mention. So there we go, just a single to end the over. So yeah, after a pretty slow and shaky start, South Africa are now 15 for 1 at the end of the second over. With both Bavuma and Russo actually scoring boundaries in that particular over from Naseem Shah. But this will be an interesting matchup here. Shaheen Afridi versus Temba Bavuma. It's a cracking shot that from Bavuma. Nice little pull shot, actually. Out into the vacant square leg region. But yeah, this is going to be the matchup for me. Shaheen versus Bavuma. Oh, also, some more positive news from what I've just seen on Twitter. Yeah, apparently the rain stopped. So that's good. That's very good news for Pakistan, actually. Because it means the ball won't be as slick for the spinners. I mean, obviously, there'll still be a little bit of surface moisture. They might have to get the towel out for the likes of Shadab and Mohamed Awaz. But yeah, that's good. It means that the surface won't be as greasy as it potentially could have been. You're far too kind, Asjad. To be fair, that's one thing I've never understood actually how it works. I don't know how the super chat works in terms of how you actually get the monetization from it. I suppose because I don't really upload enough on YouTube. In fairness, I'm more on more Twitter and Instagram and that kind of social media. I do wonder how it comes through though. Anyway, YouTube monetization aside, that's 2 dot balls there actually from Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's bowling at a good pace here. Just looking at the speeds, he's bowling 140 plus. Is Shaheen. And again, I do just wonder if Pakistan are going to drop it short at any point because it just did not work at all for the South Africans. It really didn't. You know, I don't know why they kept on hanging outside the off stump, bowling it short. When the likes of Iftikhar, Shadab, Nawaz, like they're playing the short ball really well. It's not a lightning fast surface. It's got decent carry on it, but you know, aside from the early ball from I think it's Parnell to Mohamed Harris, other than that, the ball never really misbehaved. It's T20 cricket at the end of the day. Ah, right, okay. It's a split of around 70 to 30. Wait, hang on. What's the split though? Is that 70 to the creator or 70 to YouTube? Asjad, you're about to become a lot happier. Shaheen Shah Afridi struck again. Shaheen Shah Afridi's got a second wicket. South Africa now 16 for 2. And it's the danger man. It is Riley Russo gone for 7 from 6 balls. Did not get going at all after that 6, and it was a lovely 6. Off of the pads against Naseem Shah. But he goes for wild uppercuts. And Naseem Shah himself, actually, fully enough, is the man at deep third man. Nestles nicely into the hands. And Pakistan have got their second wicket. There's a massive huddle around Shaheen Afridi as well. And rightfully so. Such a good bowler. And this one, he just bowled it back of a length. Russo's gone for the powerful uppercuts. And unlike the Pakistan innings, that has not paid off at all for the South Africans. Russo departs. The Proteas now 16 for 2 in the third over. Very similar this actually to Pakistan's innings. Losing 2 of the top order very, very cheaply. So in comes Aidan Markram to face his first ball. And that'll be a dot ball, back of a length, just around the off stump, and yeah, just fended out to backward point for no run. This is a pretty big innings, this for Aidan Markram. He scored 62 runs in his first 3 innings. He's looked decent at times, but he hasn't really kicked on. It's not been to the same extent as Riley or Miller. Yeah, Shaheen Afridi, what an opening spell this is. And he does end the over with another dot ball. Shaheen Afridi's got 2 for 2 from 2 overs. Oh, it's great stuff. He's bowling at 140 plus as well. It's magnificent to watch. So yes, at the end of the 3rd over, South Africa 16 for 2. In a slight spot of bother here. Yeah, Pakistan definitely have got the confidence flowing through their veins at the moment. Looking at the win predictor, it's now 87% in favour of Pakistan. Wow. Goodness me. Oh, this will be interesting. Harris Ralph coming on to bowl. Obviously, it's not his home ground. He used to play for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash. And let's see what Wreck-It Ralph can pull off tonight. Or today if you're in the UK, because it's only 10 o'clock in the morning. But I think it's 9 o'clock at night over in Sydney, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 11 hours. That's that New South Wales is ahead of England. So here we go. Harris Ralph to Temba Bavuma. He's currently 8 from 5. Just about to face his 6th delivery. Ralph here to bowl his first. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Temba. Shuffles over to his off stump. It's a short ball from Harris Ralph. Again, that's another thing. Another short ball. That is the go-to method of delivery tonight. I'm not entirely sure why. But Temba just guides this over the man who was there at fine leg even. Sorry, not third man. He's a right-hander. Yeah, that's a lovely shot for 4. Cracking shot from Temba. I'd love to see him score some runs, in fairness. You know, there's been a lot of conversation, a bit like with Babar in the Pakistan team at the moment, with regards to Temba's place. Obviously, he's a captain as well, so that does add in an extra layer to it. But he's looked very good tonight. 2 short balls, 2 emphatic pull shots. Good to see. Very, very good to see. It's quality bowling he's facing as well. Oh, Faizan Hummer backing to win. That's a great question. Well, I'm here in the South Africa shirt, so I wouldn't have minded South Africa winning. But I've got to say, after the way that Pakistan bounced back, I think from this point on, I'd quite like to see Pakistan, actually. And also, it makes it interesting heading into the final group stage game. So I'm going to back Pakistan. You know, the required run rate's almost at 10 runs and over. I think it's going to be difficult for South Africa from here. Unless Miller comes to the party, I don't see them chasing this down. Because there are some very big boundaries at the SCG. Very, very big. Review for a run out here. Nah, Temba's in. There's nothing there. They don't need to go for a second replay. His bat's past Rizwan's shoe. I don't think Temba's in trouble of being run out there, to be honest. Yeah, and quite obviously he's not. I mean, Tristan Stubbs is an interesting one. Stubbs for the Warriors in South Africa has been unbelievable, but we saw a glimpse of that actually in the England series. But it's a completely different beast, isn't it? International cricket, in particular the World Cup, hasn't fired at all so far. The guy from the Eastern Cape, so yeah, I'll have to see about Stubbs as well. Who said Shadab can't bat? Yeah, he certainly can bat. 20 ball 50. Has Harris destroyed his shoe here? I think Harris has I think he's damaged his shoe, you know, ever so slightly. He's just brushed it off, though. So quite clearly it's not causing him much discomfort, if any. Here we go, then. Harris Ralph into Temba Bavuma. That's a nice shot from Temba. That's before. That's a lovely shot. Back of a length, outside off. Temba just leans back into the shots, carves it to the fence for 4 more runs. He's looking in good touch tonight. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but 18 from 8. He's looking very good for it as well. That's a great shot from Temba. Again, utilising that position in the crease, changing up the angle, utilising the wrists. Good batting, very good batting from the Proteas captain. And then just knocks the next one in for a single. Clever. Again, I'm pretty sure he's safe there. He is. He is indeed safe. Yep. That's 2 potential run-out opportunities in the over, but yeah, that's again, he's absolutely fine. Here's Temba. Tell you what, though, one big knock for Temba here does make things very, very interesting. So if he can find some rhythm, some confidence, South Africa are going to be in an even better position. I mean, they've looked very good in their first 3 games. They're currently unbeaten. In fact, they're the only unbeaten side in this year's World Cup so far. So yeah, if Temba can come to the party, who knows? Potentially the Proteas World Cup drought could come to an end. We'll have to wait and see. Still early days, though. Still early days, and who knows what happens when it comes to the semi-finals. Of course, that's when things get really, really serious. Oh, that's not a great shot from Markham. He's going to get lucky, though. That's going to race away to the fence, even with the rain. The outfield is still lightning quick. Now it's going to be a 4. Shadab goes for a desperate dive. Can't get there. And yeah, Markham is going for the lofted drive over the covers. He did loft it over the men in the field. But not a convincing shot that at all. It's almost come off his outside edge. Goodness me. I think the way I describe that shot is awkward more than anything. So Ralph into Markham to close out the over. This one, back of a length. Markham, that's a much better shot. And again, it just races away. Races away to the fence. So that's a good end to the over for the South Africans. Back-to-back 4s. Markham moves to 8 from 4. Temba goes on to 19 from 9. And South Africa, from 1 for 1, have scored 35 runs in the next 3 overs to move up to 36 for 2 in the 4th. It's a big over, that. It's a very big over. It's 20 runs coming from it. Goodness me. Yeah, not an ideal start, that, for Wreck-It Ralph. And coming back onto bowl is Naseem Shah, who I honestly have got so much time for. Love Naseem Shah. Great watching him for the Quetta Gladiators in the PSL. And then he played for Gloucestershire this summer as well, here in England. Got a lot of time for that young man. A very, very enterprising prospect. And that's a nice shot from Temba Bavuma. This one on a good length outside his off stump. Dabs it down to Mohammed Wazeem, that is. Deep third man. So you got Clarkson at 5, Stubbs at 6, Parnell at 7. I mean, but Parnell's more of a bowling all-rounder, to be honest. And then Rabada can hit it a little bit. I don't know what on earth that was. That looked very scary, that theme park. Luna Park. What the heck? Oh, that's terrifying. Yeah, I don't think I fancy going there. Here we go then. Nassim to Aidan Markram. That's a very interesting field. No one out on the offside against Aidan. Not entirely sure about that, personally speaking. That's a good ball from Nassim, though. Slower bouncer. Good option to utilise. So they're trying to get him out either driving or with a mistimed pull shot. So they got deep square leg and deep fine leg. It's an interesting field to Aidan Markram, that. Oh, they're just putting back up that a reminder of the 82 from Virat Kohli. What a knock that was. What a game that was. Oh, Pakistan now misfielding. Afridi, that is at mid-on. Probably should have just been a single instead. Markram will get through for 2. Well, in fairness, you can't really have a moan at Afridi after his bowling so far. Currently got figures of 2 for 2. So, yeah, can't really hold that against. Although that was pre-regulation, probably should have just been a 1 that. And again, another slower ball. Aidan's not been timing the slower ball very well today. A little bit worrying. And again, goes for the pull shot. That's exactly what Pakistan are after. But mistimes this, and that is a dot ball. So at the end of the 5th over, South Africa now 39 for 2. So not a terrible start. That's a very good over, though, from Naseem Shah. Just 3 runs. Could have been 2 runs without the misfield. So that is very, very impressive from the Pakistani. Oh, speedster indeed. I mean, looking back on that, actually, that could have been interesting if that went on to hit the stumps. A little bit of verbals afterwards as well. Between Nassim and Aidan Markram. I just realised, Faizan, were you relating that to Twitter? I've just seen something on Twitter saying that Shadab is terrible at batting. On cricket images that precede unfortunate events. I mean, what an innings that was. Absolutely outstanding. Right, in comes Mohammad Waseem for his first over of the day. And again, I just love this Pakistan bowling attack. It's varied, it's fast, it's electric, it's dynamic, it's exciting. God, they're good to watch. Really are. Here we go then. Mohammad Waseem to Temba Bavuma. First ball. This one, oh, that's a bit of a wild delivery, that. And Temba, unsurprisingly, cashes in with a nice carve shot out into the covers. I did say he's looking good today, Temba. Again, lovely little flick of the wrists. Hold to the pose. Lovely cricket. Lovely cricket, that from the South African captain. And this might just be the innings. This might just be the innings. If he can score a 50, could just galvanise South Africa, who are still unbeaten. And if they win this, they're going to have all sorts of confidence. If they win this game tonight, they are officially through to the semi-finals. So there's a lot at stake for South Africa as well. I mean, obviously not to the same extent as Pakistan, because Pakistan's tournament is literally on the line. And South Africa do have the Netherlands on Sunday. Again, that's just smart cricket from Temba. Rocks onto the back foot. Little simple single out into the offside. Rotates the strike, keeps the scoreboard ticking. Great stuff. Again, it's Markram this time. Plays it out into the offside. Cannot beat Babar Azam in the covers, so that'll just be a single. I mean, if these two can lay a foundation, it is a big if, obviously, because cricket's not as easy a game as that. But if these two can lay a foundation with the likes of Miller, with the likes of Stubbs, Parnell can give it a little bit of a whack. Got Heinrich Klaassen as well with his innovation. He's playing of the spin. Oh, this could be a very interesting game. Bavuma doesn't time that at all. Goes for the pull shot. Doesn't time it well. But luckily does find the gap in the field. And they scamper through for 2. Here we go then. Final ball of the power play. Wasim's towel just fell off then, which I imagine would have been quite off-putting for Temba Bavuma, but luckily does get some bat on ball and just angles that out into the offside for a single. So Bavuma moves on to 28 from 15. Markram is currently 11 from 10. And South Africa at the end of the power play at the SCG are 48 for 2, needing a further 138 runs to secure their place in the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup. So yeah, there we go. Official confirmation. Power play is over. Harris Ralph will come on to bowl the 7th. Got to a terrible start today, Harris Ralph. 20 runs from his first over. Yeah, he'll be hoping for a little bit more control in this second over. Especially considering the middle order that South Africa have at their disposal. Harris Ralph into... Oh, my word. And again, this has been a pattern all game long. Yet another mind-blowing shot, this time from Temba Bavuma, shuffles across his stumps. Good length ball from Harris Ralph and scoops it into the crowd for 6. That's awe-inspiring from the captain of the Proteas. Obviously premeditated. And Temba is in the mood tonight. He is in the mood. That's a lovely shot. 85 metres against fast bowling. And there's not much Ralph can do about that. It's just clever cricket. They even had the man out there. Oh, that's an unbelievably good shot, that. And again, next run. Next run. It's another single for Temba Bavuma, who is currently 35 from 17 balls. He's striking at over 200. And yeah, this isn't looking good for Pakistan here. Temba's just rattled the men in green ever so slightly. Obviously, still a long way to go. Still 131 needed. Make that 127 needed because Aidan Markram's just rifled that through the covers for 4. But if these two can just keep on going, they can keep on going. South Africa will fancy the chances here with that middle order. Oh, it's another really poor over. It's another really poor over from Paris Ralph. That's a 4 to finish as well. Goodness me. That's 17 off the over. He's gone for 37 runs from his first 12 balls. And South Africa, after a really slow start, losing Quinton de Kock in the very first over for a 5-ball duck, are now 65 for 2 in the 7th. And that's some turnaround. But then again, the thing that Pakistan have got up their sleeve, they've got the spinners. They've got Nawaz, they've got Shadab. Tabraiz Shamsi showed that there was some turn in the surface. But yeah, as for Haris Ralph, I mean, this is pretty rough. I don't think he's going to bowl another over, to be honest. You've got Wasim, you've got 2 from Shaheen Shah Afridi, you've got 2 from Naseem Shah left, and of course 2 spinners. So I think that this will probably be his second and unfortunately final over of the night. Because he's gone at 18.5 runs and over. Although, to be fair to Harris, some good shots in there from Aidan Markram and Temba. Particularly that scoop shot from Temba. I'm still not over that at all. That was outstanding. What did I say about the spin? Shadab Khan has got Temba Bavuma first ball. First ball taken behind the stumps by Mohammed Rizwan. And I said there was something in this SCG surface. I said there was something in the pitch. And it's happened first ball. Oh, I'm pretty chuffed about that, to be honest. Not to see Bavuma go. But my cricket knowledge is still there. I mean, good piece of bowling from Shadab. And there is turn in this surface. He flights it up on a good length. Bavuma, I don't know what shot he's actually trying to play there, if he's trying to just glide it out into the covers. But instead, he's got a thick outside edge behind Mohammed Rizwan, and it's a sharp take from the Pakistan keeper. Bavuma has to walk back to the pavilion. So big wickets for South Africa to lose. He was looking in very good touch as the Proteas captain. But yes, Bavuma does eventually depart for a very well-made 36 from 19 balls, which included 4 fours and that lovely 6 against Haris Ralph. So South Africa now 65 for 3 at the starts of the 8th over. Lovely bowling that from Shadab Khan. Lovely, lovely shot. And in comes Heinrich Klaassen, which makes sense. I did mention about Heinrich being a better player of spin. Also allows for Miller to potentially come in almost like the finisher later on in the innings. He's got 2 in the over. This is unbelievable from Shad. He's got Markram out. He's castled him. Shadab Khan is having the night of his life here in Sydney. From 65 for 2, South Africa all of a sudden 65 for 4, and the 2 set batters are out. And the Pakistan fans are going mental. Goodness me. This is unbelievable. Castles in with a top spinner. Lovely bit of bowling from Shadab. And that's what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing that stump to stump. Aggressive wicket taking line and lengths. Oh, he's bamboozled Mark from there with the top spin. Lovely bit of bowling. I love that as a spinner. I love that as a spin bowler. Big game, but he is Faizan. Oh, honestly. Oh, that's such a good dismissal for a leg spinner. Seeing a batsman go onto the back foot, completely misread the spin, and then you see that the stumps go all over the place. What a spell of bowling this is from Shadab Khan. That is a pitch-perfect delivery on as a spin ball. Oh, off stump and middle, sent flying. Oh, love that. Absolutely love that. And all of a sudden, South Africa, who seem to be in control, yeah, have lost 2 big wickets there. Wowzers. I bet you're happy at the moment, to be honest, Faizan. A lot happier than you were when Pakistan were 43 for 4. Goodness me, they've turned this right round, haven't they? And Stubbs comes in before Miller. That's an interesting one, that. And Stubbs, in fairness, could do with some runs. I did mention that earlier. Also a pretty good player of spin, usually. But Shadab's turning it corners. And this is why I love the SCG. It's a unique pitch in Australia. There's a bit in it for the seamers, but spin really does come into effect on that surface. Well, a crazy over eventually comes to an end, with Pakistan taking those 2 massive wickets. I mean, Shadab Khan, 2 very good bits of bowling as well. Textbook leg break to dismiss Bavuma. Oh, man, that top spin, I could watch that all day. Love dismissals like that as a spin bowler. But yeah, that is the end of the 8th over. South Africa now 67 for 4, needing a further 119 runs to book their place in the semi-finals. That is a very good point, actually, Faizan. Yeah, interesting for sure, given Miller's a lefty. Well, it is, because that also not takes out, but it does nullify Shadab's strength in a way, which is the top spinner in the wrong gun. Because obviously that's going into David Miller's offside hitting arc. So yeah, that is an interesting decision. Clarkson made sense to promote him up, because you're going to have Shadab. I imagine Nawaz will also have a little bit of a bowl here. There is definitely something in the surface, as we saw with Shamsi. Yeah, an interesting tactical decision that from South Africa. After these 2, then after Miller, it's not looking great, and there's also a lot of drizzle around in Sydney. So all things considered, it's actually looking quite good for Pakistan here. Wait, hang on. I've just realised. I've been talking about Miller the entire time. Clarson's in for Miller. Clarson's come in for Miller. That was the replacement. So no wonder Miller hasn't come in. Yeah, it's Stubbs and then Parnell's in next. Oh, goodness me, this is the partnership then. Wow. Yeah, after this, it's Parnell and the bowlers. Crikey. They're going to have to do an Iftikhar and the Waz here. Oh, I mean, this is Pakistan's game to win now, surely. No Miller. But then you got Klaas and Stubbs. I mean, Stubbs is pretty good, though. Stubbs is good. I back Tristan. I know he's young. I know he's raw and inexperienced at times, but he is a good player. And Nawaz. I mean, this is where Pakistan can really take a tight hold of the game. Is with these two spin bowlers, and that final ball is a dot ball to Tristan Stubbs. South Africa now 69 for 4. That momentum has gone. They are now on the back foot at the end of the 9th over. They're 69 for 4. Wow. They've scored 4 runs in the last 2 overs. And lost wickets, of course. The rain's getting a lot heavier now. Yep. And there it is, folks. Match delayed by rain. Yeah, it's hammering it down. Starts to get a lot heavier. The players are going to come off. And yeah, the covers will come on at the SCG. So, unfortunately, as has been the case on a lot of occasions in this year's World Cup, yeah, I do think we might be going off for rain. Right then, folks. In that case, South Africa currently 69 for 4 at the end of the 9th over. Yeah, so we're going to have a rain break, unfortunately. So I'll have to leave for the time being. But hopefully we'll be back. Fingers crossed that the rain delay isn't too severe. But yeah, South Africa at the moment are 16 runs behind the Duckworth Lewis Stern. So if there is constant rain for the rest of the night, Pakistan win. And the hopes are still alive. But folks, we'll be back in a bit. And yes, hopefully, fingers crossed, we do have some more cricket taking place in Sydney tonight. Right, folks, we are back. After a prolonged rain delay, finally, we have got some more crickets at the Sydney Cricket Ground. But of course, we have got some revised conditions. South Africa needing a further 73 runs from 5 overs in order to win this game. It's a required run rate of 14.6, so it's going to be difficult. They've still got a lot of runs to chase. And to be honest, Pakistan should defend this. But you never know. It's a funny game, is cricket, so we shall have to wait and see. Right, so I shall just remove the banner. There we go, fantastic. So yeah, South Africa needs 73 more runs for the victory. As you can see on the scorecard on the screen, Bavuma de Kock, Russo and Markram are the players to have departed so far. And we've got Tristan Stubbs and Heinrich Klaassen at the crease with Shadab Khan coming on to bowl his second over. So 5 overs, 73 runs are needed by South Africa. Yeah, strap yourselves in, folks. This might be a bit of a bumpy ride to end today's game. This will be interesting from Shadab as well. It's essentially death bowling at this point. It's quite good. This should make for quite an interesting conclusion to the game. Shadab into Klaassen. Bowls are wrong gun. They're just going to get a single there. Didn't really time that too well, did Heinrich? But it'll be good to see Tristan Stubbs having a bit of a bash. Very, very good indeed. And he does, and that's exactly what he does. Smokes the next ball for 6. That is a lovely shot from Tristan Stubbs. It wasn't the biggest shot on the planet. It's just nestled into the boundary rope, but that's a vital 6 runs for South Africa. And as I said, this is going to be 90-mile-an-hour cricket. Breakneck speed, as both of these teams look to get those pivotal 2 points. And let me know who you think is going to win. Do you think it'll be South Africa, Pakistan? Who do you think will win this game? Because, of course, we will now have a winner now that the rain has stopped. Shadab into Stubbs makes a lot of room for himself on the leg side there. Probably should come back for 2. Yes, they will. Klaassen and Stubbs very quick between the wickets. Easy couple of runs to add towards that Proteas score. So South Africa needing 64 from 27. I still think Pakistan's game to lose here. 14 runs and over is difficult, in particular at the SCG. It's a pretty big ground, but we shall have to wait and see. Next ball, Stubbs again. That one is stopped by Babar Azam, that is. Extra cover, and that will be no run. This next one from Stubbs tries to muscle it. That's a good bit of fielding by Shan Masood, that is, at point. Saved at least one run there, and Afridi comes over and gives him a high five, as he should. That was some good fielding there from Shan Masood. So the target's 142 with the Duckworth-Lewis stern. And South Africa currently 79 for 4. Wicket would make it interesting. South Africa do have a very long tail. Klaassen goes for the reverse sweep here. And he executes that to perfection. That's 4 runs. And the required rate was 14.6. South Africa scored 14 from that first over of Shadab Khan. It's on. As long as these two stay at the crease, it is game on. The equation now 59 from 24 balls. Interesting to see who Pakistan bowl here as well. Will they go? Well, I'm guessing they'll have to go with Wasim. Nawaz might get a bowl. Obviously, you got 1 over of Afridi. Well, this is going to be interesting now. So yeah, according to the innings time, there's 13 minutes of the game left. And this game was meant to have finished at, well, it's meant to have been now, actually. That was the original cut-off. was, I think it was 10:45 local time in Sydney. But 24 balls remaining. Pakistan's World Cup hopes are on the line here. And into bowl the next over is the main man himself, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Babar Azam going for the throat here. Trying to get the big wickets of Heinrich Klaasen or Tristan Stubbs. Here we go then, Shaheen to Stubbs. Back of a length. Ooh, I thought that could have been a chance for a caught and bowled. It isn't. Don't think Shaheen had enough time to react there, to be honest. But they'll scamper through for a quick 2. And this is a massive over. Massive over. If Shaheen gets one of these 2 outs, you'd say it's Pakistan's game pretty much, given the length of the South African tail. If these 2 can put on about 16 runs from the over, though, yeah, all of a sudden, South Africa's game again. Goodness me. Good ball from Shaheen. Nice Yorker. Stubbs can't do much with that. It's just be a single. Next ball from Shaheen. Balls on the legs of Klaasen. That's a lovely shot. It's just a flick into the vacant cow corner region. 4 more. The equation now 52 from 21 balls. Heinrich Klaasen is looking very, very good here. That's a gorgeous shot. Good timing. Freed into Klaasen again. That's an even better shot. Lofted over mid-off for 4. South Africa needing 48 from 20. Goodness me. South Africa now 94 for 4. Still 2 balls of this over to go. Well, I said this would be a big over. Heinrich Klaasen's out. Heinrich Klaasen is out. Caught by Mohammed Waseem. Shaheen Shah Afridi does get the breakthrough. And that is a massive wicket for Pakistan. There's only 3.1 overs to go in this game. South Africa now 5 wickets down. Heinrich Klaasen gone for 15. Oh, that's a big moment in this match, just as he's beginning to kick through the gears as well. Goodness me. Off the leading edge. Afridi's delighted, as you can imagine. As is Rizwan, judging by the reaction, as are the Pakistan fans. That's a big, big wicket, that. I mean, Parnell has got the long levers. Rabada can give it a little bit of a tonk, but yeah, it's not the same as having your specialist out there. Klaasen is gone, and all the pressure now subsides to Tristan Stubbs. Or 48 from 19. 48 from 19 balls. Tension's palpable, really. I mean, that it's still achievable. It's 15 runs and over, though, now. And one of your set batters is out. So, not ideal from a South African perspective at all. And Shane, it's Parnell. That's just going to be a single. That run rate creeps up yet again. It's now 15.66. South Africa at the end of the 11th over, now 95 for 5, requiring a further 47 runs for victory. It's all on Tristan Stubbs. It really is. I mean, there's no other way of saying it really anymore. It is all on Tristan Stubbs. He's got to have a big over here, and if he doesn't, South Africa are going to lose. So 95 for 5. 11. So 18 balls to go. Against me, Clarkson was fuming with himself. The win predict as well is now 95% Pakistan. Goodness me. Although that's understandable given the length of the tail. And what a spell that is from Shaheen Shah, really. 3 for 13. Yeah, fingers crossed, Faisal. I sincerely hope that they can close this out now. They should be able to. And that's just a single for Parnell. So it's now 46 from 17. If Stubbs goes, that's the game. That really is the game for South Africa. And it does mean that Super Sunday really is going to be Super Sunday. That's going to be a very, very interesting conclusion to the group. Parnell chipped his bat there. I might have just cracked a bit of the toe. That's only going to be a single. This isn't enough for South Africa. Yeah, they're just dealing in singles now. 3 singles to start the over here from Mohammad Waseem. It's very good bowling. And I'm glad they're not going to the short ball anymore. So 44 from 15. If my maths is correct, that's almost 18 and over. Needed now. What a ball that is. Good Yorker. Parnell can't really do anything about that one. And again, good ball that from Mohammad Waseem. It's just going to be another single. Stubbs can't do anything about that. This is just lovely bowling. Full, straight, nothing short, no gimmies. It's good to see this from Mohammad Waseem. He's keeping his cool very nicely here. And that situation now for Pakistan is looking very, very good. I must say, South Africa needing 43 from 14. As long as you just stay disciplined, no balls, no wides, anything stupid like that. Pakistan should win this game from here. Because this is just getting away from South Africa. And with this win, I believe Pakistan would move up to third in the table as well as a result of that net run rate. Oh, I think that's out. Yeah, that's out. I think Parnell's out there. That is Plum in front. Goes for the review, but he's basically walking off the ground. I think that's out, Wayne. Unless he's got bat on that. I don't think he has. I think that's stone dead. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's out. What an over this is from Mohammad Wasim. And yeah, I'm just going to call it now. That's the game. That's the game. If Parnell could have put on, a quick 12 or 14 runs, put the pressure off Stubbs, would have been a little bit different. But yeah, that's his middle stump getting shattered if his pad isn't there. And what an over, just 4 runs. 4 runs from the first 5 balls. And South Africa now 99 for 6. And will stay 99 for 6 as Rabada cannot score from his first delivery. So 2 overs remaining. South Africa 99 for 6. Yeah, I think Pakistan have won this now. 43 needed from the final 12. So who's going to bowl this over? I'd guess Naseem. And then finish it with Mohammad Wasim. That's what I imagine will happen. We shall have to wait and see, though. Yeah, it is. Naseem Shah. First ball goes for 2. Stubbs does scamper back. So the equation now 41 from 11 for South Africa. I think the game's gone, to be completely honest. Stubbs hasn't really found his rhythm other than the 6. Yeah, just hasn't got going today at all, unfortunately. The dynamic middle order hitter. Currently 18 from 15, striking at 120. It's not going to be enough tonight. And this next one is a dot ball. 41 from 10. Yeah, I think the game's done, to be honest. I don't see South Africa chasing it from here. And there it is, folks. Tristan Stubbs is out. Naseem Shah gets the wicket. South Africa 101 for 7, needing 41 from 8 balls. Yeah, I think that's GG, folks. Congratulations to Pakistan for keeping the dream alive for at least another day. And this is a big win. Big win. Considering they were 43 for 4. Yeah, that is quite outstanding from the men in green. So, guys, I'm going to have to leave you there. It's been a fantastic 4 hours. Thank you to each and every single one of you who has tuned in. And of course, remember to do exactly what it says at the bottom of the screen. Like, share, subscribe, comments, check out Faizan's channel. He does work hard on his YouTube, so any support that you can give him is greatly appreciated. But that'll be it from me for today, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. And as always, we'll see you on the next one.